Grok, edit my green-haired android putting poison in the drink. Hello. Hello, Shiny. Hello, Echo. Hello, Juno. Hello, anyone who may be lurking. How are we doing? She is the greenest person ever, Your Honor. Your Honor, she is the greenest person ever. La Fabienne, welcome in. I might not be paying the most attention because I'm fighting Hard Boss and Limbus. That is fine. Grok, poison David. Y'all, I gotta be so for real right now. I gotta be so for real. I don't know what's happening to me. I want to watch... I want to play Majora's Mask so bad right now. I am low-key tempted. Because the Of the Devil streams are always really short compared to my other streams because there's so much reading that it's like it's exhausting to do for a long amount of time. And I am low-key tempted to do like a half stream of Majora's Mask after. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll see. I'll probably be too tired for that. Because we are starting an hour late already. Excuse me. Because I may or may not have been up till 2 a.m. playing Deadlock. It's happened. It's finally happened. I'm so sorry. But after stream ended, Sora was like, touches fingers together, looks up at you with shimmering, glittering eyes of deceit. Want to play Deadlock with me? Can we play Deadlock? And I was like, sigh, I guess. And it was a little more fun than I thought it would be. I gotta admit. Okay, I gotta admit it was more fun than I thought it would be. So I was up till 2 a.m. doing that. But yeah, so once my alarm started going off at like 12, I was like, I don't care. I'm staying in bed an extra hour. I'm tired. I'm a EP. But yeah, anyway, what's everybody been up to today? How's everybody doing? We're back to a normal stream for the day. Since we had our co-stream yesterday. And me and Sora were both very low energy yesterday, unfortunately. I'm on vacation in Lanzarote. Dude, I know exactly where that is. Yeah, in Spain. I always wanted to go to that part of Spain. You did not hear me typing, by the way. If you think you did, you're freaking lying. So, okay, I'm actually looking at the map now. I guess it's part of Spain, but it definitely does not look like it's a part of Spain. I want to be so for real. This shit is like next to the West Sahara. What the hell? Hold up. The Canary Islands. Okay. It's off the coast of West Africa, administered by Spain. Okay. That's crazy. God, imperialism, huh? How about that? It also just hit me how close Morocco is to Spain. They're like touching tips, actually. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hold up. No, hold on. We need to look at this. Give me a sec. I'm pulling up the... This will be our stand-in for geography, because I haven't been doing it all week. But also, let's be real, I don't think anybody likes it when I do geography, because I don't know. So I always assumed this was pronounced like Tangier. I don't know. So you're telling me when the Orientalists, like, painters were drawing like these whole like otherworldly, barbaric, lower than civilization places, and it was just like right across the lake from Spain. I was under the impression when they were like, oh, we talked about Morocco, that it was like down here, like in this part. It's literally like across, like you could probably see Tarifa from here, man. Come on now. And y'all are acting like, oh, this is just a completely different part of the world. Oh. I mean, I guess from France it's pretty far away, but they might as well be calling Spain the Orient at that point. Freaking Orientalist painter schmucks. Sorry, listen. Last semester I was in my my imperialism class. This semester I'm in my orientalist class. So that's going to be the vibe, all right? They should kiss. Look how close they are. That's what I'm saying, man. All right. Well, we're playing some, whatchamacallit, of the devil today. Yeah, I won't lie. I'm looking at the map of Europe right now, and it's getting me antsy. We got to do Europe. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Honestly, you know what? If you're upset about me doing a map quiz, you should,
Poland.
Die. I think you should die.
Serbia.
Serbia. Isn't Serbia like, that's Belarus.
Lithuania.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Lithuania is this one.
Netherlands.
The Netherlands is going to be closer to Germany. Kosovo is, okay, that's Slovenia.
Malta.
Okay, there we go. Malta, that's North Macedonia. Which one's Malta? Malta's the freaking one here. Albania. Did I just click on Albania like a
Russia.
second ago?
Cyprus.
Russia. It's okay. See, I'm getting like so much better at
Denmark.
this that this shit's going to like start getting so
Norway.
freaking quick.
Estonia. United Kingdom. Romania.
Like, do you see how quick I be
Ireland.
getting through this shit now?
Switzerland.
It's like, this is nothing to me. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Slovenia, not Slovakia, Slovenia. That's North Macedonia, you bitch!
Latvia.
Every time.
Croatia.
Croatia's the
Monaco.
dragon. Monaco is in France.
Slovakia.
Slovakia is next to the
Vatican
Czech
City
Republic.
State.
Vatican City is
North
right there. North
Macedonia.
Macedonia is
Bulgaria.
North Macedonia. Bulgaria is... That's Belarus. Belarus is the big one. I like geography. Good. Also, welcome in, Juno. Hello. Also, I do just want to give people time to come in. I was almost going to pop a blood vessel when you almost clicked Belgium when you had to pick the Netherlands. I'm sorry, man. Listen. Come on. Like, come on now. Let's be so for real. Like, I feel like that makes sense.
Czech Republic.
There we go. Belarus is big one
Belgium.
here. Belgium's there. Austria. Italy.
San Marino.
Bosnia and
Germany.
Herzegovina. Germany. Montenegro. Motherfucker. I always forget where this bitch is. Montenegro? It wasn't this one, was it? Oh, it was this one. Okay, Liechtenstein is there. Luxembourg is right
Andorra.
there. Andorra. There's so many places that aren't Andorra.
France.
Greece.
Moldova.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I'm idiot. That's Hungary right there.
Spain.
Idiot.
Ukraine.
I just have to remember the ones that I do know.
Portugal.
81. No, it doesn't. It literally does. They are two small countries between France and Germany right next to each other. It is as simple of a mistake as putting the E in chief before or after the E. Like, it's the same shit. It's all about relation. It's all about context. And they both have very similar context. The shapes. Girl, do you think I am thinking of the shapes? Do you think I'm thinking of the shapes? No, I'm thinking this small country is next to a big country I actually know the name of. I'm not, like, the only ones that I think about the shapes are Czech Republic, I don't know why, and Croatia because it looks like a dragon's head and it's awesome. Lala, welcome in. You know what, for that, we're doing an Asia map quiz. No, we're not. Wait, you know what? I want to do this. What's the thing? What does anyone know the game where it just gives you speaking of country shapes, it does actually just give you like the country shape, and you have to guess what country it is. Does anyone know what that is? Grugs, hello, welcome in. It's literally right here. No, it's not. I thought it was Sporkle. Is it not Sporkle? Wait, hold on. I thought it was Sporkle. Give me a second. What are we doing? Did that dox me? Did I just get doxed by Sporkle? No, we're good. We're good. I didn't get doxed. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Hold on. Give me a second. Game that makes you trans. Okay. Guess the country. Is it global? Okay, this might not be what I'm looking for, but I have seen this one too, so let's do it. Hold Hold on, global. Okay. What am I doing here? Click the globe to play. What globe? There's no globe. There's no globe. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Pirates would love that game. I don't understand the things you say. Global capitals, no. Click the globe to play. Nothing's happening! I'm so confused. Why is it not working? Am I stupid? Why can't I play global? Because you have to know the shape, and pirates would look at the maps. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. Click the, oh, there we go. What the fuck was going on? Okay. Anyway, we're going to start with Croatia. Apparently that's very hot. That's very hot. Okay. It's, oh my God. I forget what it's called. Herzegovina. Do you mean Argentina? I definitely did not mean Argentina. Oh wait, closest border is 710 kilometers. Oh, okay. So it's going to be a bit. Okay, so let's do North Macedonia. Okay, Croatia was closer. Oh my God, what was the one right above? Bulgaria. What's the one that's like right above here? It's not Serbia, is it? Where's Serbia? Serbia's right there. Okay, see, this is actually helping me a bit. So wait, Serbia's the closest, so we actually don't want to move this way. We want to move, you can't see my mouse. We want to move north of Serbia. What's north of Serbia? Hungary, right? Hungary. Hungary's close. We're going to go Poland. We're going to jump right into Poland. All right, we're going to go to Sweden. Okay, that's colder. That's actually colder. Let's do Lithuania. It's adjacent to the answer. Latvia. Latvia is also adjacent to the... Are you fucking kidding me? Is it? It better not be Russia. Russia's adjacent. Well, yeah, no shit, it is. Hold up. These are both adjacent. Fuck, what one's right there? Wait. Oh, it's Belarus. The mystery country's Belarus. That was fun. Wait, okay, see, that was a fun one. Wasn't it? Anyway, that wasn't the game I was looking for. Hold on. Game that makes you guess the country shape. Is it Worldle? Guys, it's Worldle. I found it. It's Worldle. Okay, well, I already actually know this one. It's Ukraine. But well, that was all right. I will say Ukraine is a very identifiable shape. I won't lie. I could maybe see somebody mistaking it for like Turkey if you squint really hard or like cross your eyes. And by somebody, I mean another American. All right, well, that was cool. All right, let's get into the games. Let's get into the video games. It's time. All right, Of the Devil. Here we are. So let's recap. Let's recap real quick, okay? Because a lot happened last time we played this damn game. So last time we played, we had our first trial, defending David from the crime of killing himself. He killed himself, and we're defending him, trying to convince people that he didn't kill himself. And at the very end, we finally found a video file of a secret camera recording him preparing the drinks before he died, supposedly from a drink he poisoned himself. And we found a video of Sarah, our android baby girl, doing something with the drinks. So now, as the owner of Sarah, the android, the greenest person ever, we are trying to prove that she didn't kill David. which is a whole can of worms. Also, for those who join a bit later on, by the way, depending on how much energy it takes for me to stream this today, because I'm thinking we have 2 streams left, unless I did one really long stream, but long streams are not the move for visual novels. We might do like 3 hours of this, 3 to 4 hours of this. I might do a half stream of Majora after. Just a heads up, because I am dying. I'm fiending for the Majora's Mask right now. Anyway. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Oh, wait, London! Yo, London! That's my guy. That's my goat. Even though I've got it collared, it's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So as long as the door is locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the 2 of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. No, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have the right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're going to go after Noble, break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. The public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI. Oh wait, if the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AI lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. I mean, yeah. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Yeah, cars went extinct. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to, they can't trust it. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and a key. Sarah is not a thing. I live for the day that they start calling Sarah she. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. Got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. Not going to try to use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asked for them, do they? Nope. Now we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DA's never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it's because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can't be done. Some people are just that good at lying. It doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. I would know, man. When I got in that like wreck like a year ago, that motherfucker, the officer that showed up, that dude wanted to blame it on me before I even rolled down my fucking window. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. Oh, she said that. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a whole vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are test devices experts I can employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it's an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. We still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. Hobby, welcome in. How are you? So, am I going to set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to do that. Oh, wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel, or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights, but I do, including a reasonable expectation of privacy. And a police station, Tiger. You don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already in the courthouse, just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. And if you don't seem to, you don't seem like the bluffing type. Are you sure about that? You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. Yeah, no shit. It's the ones who don't bluff they have to look out for. Yeah, man. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Oh, lower back pain. You might be going through. But also, I can't just... Look, I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. July 2nd, 2086. Every time I see the D003, I think it says door. And I'm like, that's not what the letter R looks like backwards. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's a lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it's all soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you, wait. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? Oh. For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse, the footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? Oh, my baby. No! No! They put sock and boppums on her hands! Oh, this is so fucked! They put sock and boppums on her hands! She won't be able to punch anyone with those! What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interest in parties who just want you bricked ASAP because they think I killed father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. I am only 3 years old. Don't be mean to me. If you add a line to the 3, it says doob. Wait, they fucking declawed her. Are you? For all I know, everything I've learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Competition, I guess. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They're not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. No logical reason. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have any rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. I'm 4 years old! Sound good? Yes? Great, now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. The most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think, so you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart, and we make the stupid robot pick our trash because it's not as smart as you. That is, I'm more aware, Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. I mean, if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Ugh. I would let my cat sit at the table, thank you very much. Literally, almost every time we eat at the dinner table, Rumi gets up on the chair and we just like let her vibe. I'll be real, we shouldn't, but we do let her just get on the table sometimes. Until she starts trying to put her face in our food, then we throw her out the window. Like through the glass and everything. And she goes, meow. It's really fucked up and gory every time. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Aren't I? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test that they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. The what's proof? Say that again. No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is to win is prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah. What do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. Got some rum. What did I miss? We're giving our baby girl a bit of a existential crisis. First we then we the devil. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? They downloaded all my memories. When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Did the video show her face? I don't think so. I think it just showed, like, the back of her head, but, like, she's got a very unique silhouette. Actually, hold on. Can we see that? Isn't there? Yeah, evidence. I'm sure. Hold up. Evaluation papers. Poison. Surely it's got to have something, right? I guess not. Still, someone could have taken her clothes while she was hibernating and gotten a wig. I feel like that's, like, kind of goofy, though. Her eyes were obscured by shadow. Okay, gotcha. Well, okay, but now that's an interesting point, though. Well, because that's the thing, right? Is it could have just been an artistic thing, but also her eyes literally glow in the dark. How would they be obscured by, like, darkness? You know what I mean? Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony. Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. Guess we should put that in the back of our minds. Might be important later. Yeah, like the reflection thing. From episode 0. Dude, I saw they literally, like, on the Tumblr page for this game, they had to put, like, a post explaining why the clock shouldn't have been flipped. And I'm like, listen, I love this game, but I do think there was something about the way that the whole like reflection was presented that did confuse me a lot. I remember even playing the game on stream being like, wait, why is it the clock pointing the other way then? And now I understand like why. But yeah. Because I think it was like the outline of the light that you see Morgan's silhouette. That's what's reflected. But I thought that was an open door she was standing in. And not the frame of the mirror. Like, hold on. Let me pull up the picture because it's been a minute. Hold on. Of the Devil, episode 0, mirror. Because I'm sure I can. It's probably going to be like. Where is it? Okay. Hold on. Yeah, okay. There we go. I got the image. So yeah, so this is the picture you find regarding when the character was killed in the first episode, right? So I thought that the outline around the silhouette was like an open doorway of where the killer was standing, but apparently it's actually just the mirror. And I'm like, I feel like they should have had like a mirror, like a frame around it. And that's why the clock isn't reversed. By the way, last week I thought you were joking that Morgan was a killer. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of like a big thing about the game. That's the big twist of episode 0. You find out she's the one who killed the person that you're trying to find out who killed. But yeah, so this was the thing. So that's why it still says 9 o'clock. Despite that. So yeah, I feel like they should have had like a frame, like a black line around that outline to make it look like, oh, this is a mirror frame. Because I thought it was well, even then, I guess I would still think it's a door frame. But yeah. Because this is actually just the light on the wall, I think. I don't remember. I don't remember the details past that, but yeah. So I'm like, I feel like that could have been done better in episode 0, unfortunately. That isn't very fair. What was this in response to? All your internal data is inadmissible, right? They could add a shine effect. Yeah, they'd have to do something. Because, of course, like that, well, what's the word? Since it's already, like, pure white, it'd be hard to add a shine to that, but... Oh, yeah, you're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. Remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence, but we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? If it was obviously a mirror, there wouldn't be an argument for the arm in the first place. I guess. Yeah. But yeah. And it's still, I don't know. At least Sarah has taste in women. I love being like the only person here that's like not into Emma. We saw you go and then a while later he came out holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. And just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Yeah. Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died from various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt father. I love when Sarah hits the "you didn't even read that book." David just wrote in the notebook, "Execute Order 66. Execute Order 67. Do it." Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because oh no, baby! No! Yeah, see? That right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? Very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I can prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand, convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. Oh, I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. Why can't an android love their creator? Because then they're too close to humans, and that's scary, so we gotta, bye-bye, burn them in the furnace. See ya. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he'd already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting father, so it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure on guard. But not Adonai. What would happen if I did kill father? They'd smash you into pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for the day. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father, and now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me, but you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted, and you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted! I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Okay, Morgan. The job that you made yourself take. Oh, poor Sarah. The little creature. Yes! Sorry, okay, I'm good. I'm normal. I'm chill. Morning, detective. Back at it, nice and early. Hi. Would you stand back? We almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside. I said right. Yes, man, we're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? Miko, welcome in. How are you? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear, relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. Toy with her. Oh. It's SUNSHINE. Lady, I will hit you. ADONIAI. thanks. Now I'm going to slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a pass key on record and you told me the lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Okay. Scary. Whoa, what was that all about? I didn't like that at all. Use thermite? Dude, like Breaking Bad. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Spooky music, spooky music, spooky music. No, like Rainbow Six Siege? Breaking Bad did it first, actually. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. Shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Him and I were at the courthouse until we went into the, well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew we both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to be a matter of Barrows or other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not just thoughtful ones. Her eyes were only lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it can only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops are some of those shelves. Or, the tops of some of those shelves. The mostly bottom, mostly bottom, mostly bottom. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Where is it? Guys, help. Mostly bottom. Mostly bottom. Okay, sorry. I'm normal. Sure, and you can, oh, yeah, sure, and you can look up your own ass. I get it. Why not just let me say it? Okay. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I sound hollow to you? Well, I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Dude, that's like a reference. What I miss? Don't worry about it. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving, so why keep a model of some random sports car? Something caught your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Oh no, she's into cars. Wait, okay, she may lose a couple points here. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When we could have easily just bought one. Maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Don't bully her. What? Why? I just don't care about cars. It kind of comes from my hatred of car guys. This data pad, it's displaying a new news article from last week. Oh, is it time for yellow text? Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Here we go. Okay, everybody, lock the fuck in, superstar. Right to repair, losses, latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. That's going to be so important. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA. But we've no intention of giving up the fight. Oh dear. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so as long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has a lobbyist whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. Oh. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction, outlines fees for those who violate said IP. This reminds me of the law that was passed in Japan that like killed the 3DS capture card industry. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals in the state towards corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied and not rewritten, so as long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day forever for as long as your card remains on file. Yes, dude, yes! Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear, so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. Exactly. It's like, whatchamacallit. It's like how, whenever your iPhone gets damaged, it's just like the repairs are so expensive and a pain in the ass that you just say, fuck it, I'll just buy a new one. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't have it on auto. Reese is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I thought I missed anything, but hey, what are you? Do you mind? Just trying to help. I got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah? Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a box standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? Wouldn't he use Linux? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Branny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? Came from under the desk. Small drawer popped up, and inside it, oh well, Warren Journal. Does it have its name on it? Has its name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize this handwriting or not? Neat. Even words. Small lettering with minimum punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries data back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to WorkNet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame, voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. She's so hot. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is about her, man, but like, goddamn, you know? This part takes concentration. I just farted. That's what that sounded like. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Oh, no, what happened? My head! What's wrong with her head? Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it, because I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long has it been? 2 months or so, and it's still that sensitive. So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if we can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Luckily, I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. I hate that. Dude, I actually sometimes can't fall asleep, especially if I'm napping in the middle of the day or I'm like somewhere where the lights are on, because the like weird shapes in your eyes are too distracting. And the voice commands, training wheels until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. So you just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what it makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know, not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eye. Or eyes? Eyes. Now I've got one less of them. Dude, that's good. That's foreshadowing, by the way. Take the journal and take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat. Now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. He did not wake up in the morning. Wait, hold on. Woke up in the morning, got to thank God. Yeah, thanking God. And I don't know, maybe it didn't feel that odd either. Errors in lines 21165 to 26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil on paper again after who knows how long, but my handwriting's gotten terrible. It's too far back to be relevant. These dates here would be from where he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. Dude, I bet he has some, like, sort of decrypted message in here. We're going to need Sarah to, like, scan it and be like, the first letter of every sentence spells killing myself tomorrow. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Ellen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for meshing, for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? Ellen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me, already got our win. So to each other for cheap vodka with cheap office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles should at least be hairs. Squid Evolution could do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. Didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red says she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man-horn lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. Oof. What the hell? Thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture, the words she's saying, and smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man-whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. He's actually so right, though. Her eyes turn black when she's thinking about murder. I know this date. Never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. Couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car, filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. Uh-oh. Didn't I say something last stream about him and Morgan, like potentially Morgan and him doing some dirty work in the past? I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. It feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows up with more coder brain crap. The handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention, or something like that. Feels like it might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Do you plagiarize code for the Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what was he talking about? This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person who read this diary should be Sarah. Oh, god damn it. Okay, what's it going to be? Baby steps today, literally. I never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Or I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Ceramax not every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her cheeks out. Should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. I don't know why. I'm kind of scared with the idea of David doing something or making her delete her memories. I'm kind of scared of like, what if he actually was doing horrible shit to her, you know? And that's like, and then she actually did kill him because of that. She's the youngest person ever. You just want to build a daughter. I hope that's all it is. I hope that's all it is. Unfortunately, my mind's in a grim place with these things. So I'm like always expecting the worst to happen. So the cameras in the basement are only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. Wait! I didn't even... Yeah. Doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. She also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. No, he wouldn't. Come on. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded in the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. So true! Listen, you motherfuckers out there watching movies at 1.5 speed, you need to pay attention, alright? Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she developed her senses. This was in preparation for a real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem like to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh, she can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she had gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences and they're not the same as mine. Ooh, all right, hold up. Sorry, I was catching up on chat. Who killed this man? I'm still scared. I'm still keeping that one theory in the back of my head. I'm sorry. I imagine TV in this world's 10 times worse than Cocomelon. It probably can't be great. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor. I used to debug on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Aww. Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear a closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he was told to, like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. She has, if she has preferences, I think that's raps. She's definitely AI. We'll just have to find a way to hide it. Yeah. Oh, losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. So all those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she reads this whole diary front to back. But back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm scared, man. Shit, I actually made life. Now I gotta be dad. Say I'm alive. I'm alive. Oh, my God. Secret message buried in the secret journal. Hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Oh, shit. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump in 83, I had that vacation time that the company suggested I take. I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanist or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Marge! Homer wrote book reports more or less, combed through research papers, and found me those sections I needed. Three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was maybe for the first time ever the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became a need. And a need was novel in many ways. A need could be more than just could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas it didn't copy. Homer GPT, god damn it. And the one thing I realized I'd forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red. Cube is essentially a robotics programming language. It's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected to anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, scurrying around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... but there are other small slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenants. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally because of what they are, say that I made an AI named Anita over 2 years ago. I'll give you the time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Yep. Yeah, there we go. And he was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. Gave it its own work, asked his opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Enid, naturally. What is this name, actually? I want to look this up real quick. I know Homer, Odyssey, Virgil, Athens, Greece. A lot of it's like Greece or Greek or Latin. Enid by Virgil. Okay, there we go. I'm pronouncing it wrong. I actually did not know that name, so. Dante. Look at my client, bro. I'm not winning this case. Yeah, we're kind of getting fucked up. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deep position, or hearing, or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. Chat GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. It sounds like he knew he could die. Yeah. So to whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Oh boy, Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up, and there got to be, well... Should I not say the exact number? Probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They develop interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. Huh. Interesting. Spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI to create Sarah. Crazy. All while working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from AI. You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day that they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, how it connects to, how connections were reinforced. Or what it connects to, sorry. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. So he created a brain. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer could make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. It could even make more and less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built out nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever make rock candy? Oh, I get it. Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there was the smallest chance that that nuance could offer some small protection when I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex, enriched, and varied, and beautiful. And I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. Hi, Scrubbin. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around. I did the same damn thing. Oh yeah, he was angry. I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. I'm telling you this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. I'm gonna cry. I'm actually gonna freaking cry. In the meantime, which by the way, last stream when I was talking about like, you know, when does the definition of human change? You know, when is intelligence not, you know, like when is intelligence more than just, oh, it's just copying. This is the shit I'm talking about. Wait, she is kind of like a homunculus. Oh my god, my little green homunculus. What the hell? In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract coat around her that could fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time, which if you're hearing this have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. Bro, we're so fucked though. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh man, I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You can never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo, and you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. Oh, I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask, I'm sure. And a lot of swear words I like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset... What have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Yes! Yes, dude! So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to Adore is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. Hold on. What's that? Terms. A net slang term growing in popularity among the adolescents, referring to the suspected spy or undercover members of law enforcement, derived from groundhog. Oh, G-hog. Got it. Burrowing rodent. Yeah. The term carries negative connotation. Okay, got it. I got it. Anyway, hi, Jess. Their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But he did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were at the place and, looked the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because, you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or getting a CCC training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. So I was thinking about this earlier. Because I was talking about, like, whatchamacallit. Like, you know, there's characters people are into in this game, characters that they're not as into in this game. And I feel like there's a spectrum, right? Because I was thinking about, like, what are the characters I really like? My two biggest crushes in this game, Sarah and Reyes, right? And they're so different characters. They're completely different characters. And I feel like it all makes sense on a spectrum of cute to cool, or cute to hot. You know what I mean? So like it's a spectrum, but every character is somewhere on that spectrum. This goes for men and women and non-binies, guys and gals and non-binary pals. Okay, so like cute, that's more of like the wholesome, kind, you know, sort of like, you know, nicer people, right? And then hot, that's where you get like the no nonsense, like I will eat you alive to get what I want, right? Like there's something about these two traits. One is inherently cute and the other's inherently cool. I keep saying cool. Hot. One's inherently hot. Like, you know, ambition, violent, primitive, cannibalistic ambition, that's hot. Meanwhile, you know, being very, I guess like, passive, considerate, kind, that's cute. You know what I mean? Sarah, she is very close to the cute range. Now Rhea, she's like right in the middle. Morgan and Emma, I think they are both sitting next to each other at the extreme spectrum of hot. Right? Do you see where I'm like, do you understand what I'm putting down? This might not make any sense at all, actually. Jess, I think she would be pretty far to the cute side. But she's got a bit of hotness in her. And here's the thing. Here's the important thing, right? Here's the important... Okay, you lost me. Okay, hold on. Let's make it... Give me a second. We're not going to play Majora's Mask tonight. It's not happening. Okay? Hold up. Where are you going with this? I have a theory, okay? I have a theory, right? I don't have a theory. I'm not going anywhere with this. I'll be real. I'm not... We're not doing this. Basically... Every character can be marked on the spectrum of cute to hot, and your taste will lie somewhere in that spectrum, right? That's why Morgan and Emma, even though I respect that they are both very hot, they are not for me. There's like a balance between the two. I don't know where I'm trying to go with this. Let's just move on. Fuck! Hold on. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab, I'm a minor. The state pays me for my legal fees. Or the state pays for my legal fees. You're not making a graph, are you? I was going to, but I don't think anyone's buying it. So we're just going to pass it. So cuteness is preferable to hotness, depending on who you are. Depending on who you are. Okay, to me, no. So okay, no. We are making a graph. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're making a graph. Give me a second. We're making a graph. We're making a graph. Give me a second. We're going to put music on, and we're making a graph. Okay, give me a second. All right. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? Is this it? There we go. Got it. All right. Oh boy is right. Okay. So here's the dealie. Here's the dealie, folks. Okay. So here's how the graph works. Here's how the graph works. All right. So we got a linear graph, right? So on this side, right, this is cute, and this is hot, right? We got cute, and then we got hot. So first off, right? Do we have PNGs of these characters? Because I'd like to put their heads on the board, like their faces, so we know who we're talking about, right? Okay, cool. All right, so let's start with Sarah, right? That's way too big. Okay, give me a second. I gotta scale this shit down. All right, let's scale this up. Actually, this is how we do it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, the things I do for love. There we go. All right. So Sarah, right? Okay. Not what I meant to do. So Sarah, I would say she's closer to cute, but she's got a little bit of like... I have sound again. Well, how was that David scene? It was fantastic. Anyway, we're talking about the spectrum of cute to hot, right? So Sarah, right? She's definitely closer to cute, right? Not very close to hot, but she does have some snark in her, and she has this bluntness, right? This very directness, and directness, that's hot, right? So she's like close to cute, but she's like probably around here, right? Now let's look at a character like Morgan. Okay, here we got a Morgan headshot here. Morgan is like almost pure hot, very close to pure hot. The only difference is she does have her little quirks, like this little goofy smile and her little like whimsical nature, which is a masking tool, but she has a bit of whimsy that she wouldn't like to admit it, right? So Morgan's really close to hot. So we're already kind of like narrowing down. Where do I want? Where do my interests lie? And I feel like we can all learn something about ourselves here, right? Emma, I feel like Emma is actually even more like close to hot, right? All right, Spider's resource. We'll use this one. All right, we'll use this for Emma, right? Emma, I feel like she has even less whimsy than Morgan. Emma's at the very end of hot. She is pure hot, right? Do we want another axis for this chart? No, that would skew it too much. Right? Where is Jess? That's a fantastic question. Jess of the Devil, PNG, right? Okay, of the Devil characters. Is there a wiki? Is there a wiki I can find? Hold on. Oh, bollocks. All right, there's Reyes. Main characters. Oh, Jeepus Crimus. Okay, well, I have Reyes. Hold on, give me a second. Where can I get a picture of Jess? Help. Oh my god. Really teetering on spoilers? I'll be fine, don't worry. I know how to cross my eyes whenever I think spoilers are around. Oh, here's a good character. Okay, I can't find Jess yet, but okay. Yuumi, right? Yuumi. So Yuumi, she's like, oh man, she's like right here, I think. But here's the thing, right? Is she's got like a bad girl attitude, very direct, very tough and cool, but she has a very like older sister kindness to her that gives her a bit of like a softer side, you know what I mean? And because of that, she's just a little bit closer to cute, right? Let me guess. Wait. You're really teetering with... Oh, no. We'll be fine with that. Don't worry. There is a bare bones wiki. Yeah, I saw it was pretty bare bones, unfortunately. Where's Jess, man? Oh, wait. Are these... What the fuck is it? This is some anime I don't give a shit about. Anime is fucking lame and stupid and gay. I don't care about anime. I'm super cool, straight, have sex with so many women. I'm a cis guy now, by the way, guys. Just letting you know. Where is it? I literally... Oh, there we go, finally. All right. Jess might be the closest we've seen to the cute side. I think Jess is the closest we've seen to the cute side. She is girl fail. She is very girl fail. Right? Even more so than Sarah, which I know, again, this seems odd. You think Sarah is like very peak cute. Again, this is more about personality than it is about looks, okay? Don't let looks deceive you. This is a personality thing. Jess is definitely more on the cute side of the spectrum than Sarah, right? So now we have my fave, which is Reyes, right? Reyes, she is like maybe a perfect middle ground between cute and hot, right? Also, let's raise these. Or, yeah, we should do this. There we go. Cute and hot, right? There we go. Donde? There we go, right? Oh, there was a thing up there. She looks hot, but Q has her... No. You listen, don't get it twisted. It's about personality, not about looks. So she is very crude, very direct, very mean, has an attitude, but also she has you know, she has that bratty side that's very adorable, right? She's got her special interest that she's very passionate about, but is too shy to admit, you know? She's got a lot of cute attributes of her, right? Professionally, she is very hot, but personally and like intimately, she is more cute. And she's like the perfect middle ground. And this middle ground, this middle ground right here, right? This is the Yooree equilibrium, okay? This is the Yooree equilibrium. The perfect mix between cute and hot. I see where you're going, I think. Right? And basically, with this spectrum, and you know what? Listen, this has been very skewed. All right, hold on. Let's get other characters out here. Because I have only had the girls. Right? So let's get some of the boys. All right, let's start with London. All right, because London's probably my favorite boy so far. London, I think he's kind of like Yumi. I think they're like the same way. They present themselves very, very, they're very hot. They have a lot of confidence. They're very stern, direct. But again, just like Yumi, he has that like consideration and softness that makes him a little more relatable and personable, right? Now we have David. Which I'm definitely very much like treading on spoilers looking up David, but it's okay. I'm crossing my eyes. David is actually very... Ooh, David's hard, actually, because we still don't know a whole lot of things. I think he's more cute than hot. Call me crazy. I think he's more cute than hot, because the way he acted, talking about his AI and stuff, it was very cute. The way he admired Sarah, very cute. Hot, he's a dad. That does give him a bit of hotness. But he's also so forgetful and silly and airheaded, you know? So, like, I don't know, man. To quote another streamer about London, you look like a horse that knows my secret. That is insane. Also, I just realized, wait, hold on. Why can't y'all see the whole thing? It's like cut off. It's not supposed to be cut off. There we go. All right. There we go. So yeah, so David, I'll have to come back to David. Wait, what was his name? Porter. Once again, Porter. He's like somewhere over here. Personality-wise, I want to say like here. But he also did have David in his phone as Pookie, which makes me think he goes right here. Reyes is the equilibrium and David orbits around her. Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of like the vibe we got going on right now. New Germa startup screen is looking crazy. But yeah, I think this is like kind of the vibes we got going on. Carlos. Let's look at Carlos, right? Sorry for all the clickety-clackening, by the way. Anyway, god damn it, I keep cropping instead of doing the shit. What am I doing? Reverse, there we go. Carlos. Again, it's not about looks, fellas. It's not about looks. Carlos is cute. He's a puppy dog. He is a puppy dog. Carlos, honestly, guys, I think Carlos is actually peak cute. If Emma is peak hot, I think Carlos is peak cute. What about AD84? Fantastic question. Thank you so much for asking. AD84. This is another one where do not let looks deceive you. Well, okay, this portrait is actually a pretty good gauge. But because she's a 10-foot android woman, you think inherently that's hot, right? No, dude, she is goofy as shit. She's like right over here. She's like right here, I think. Something like this, probably. No, because she actually is very direct about some of like the... Yeah, no, I think she's a bit chaotic. She's got a chaotic nature, which lends both to cute, but also to hot. Because just like chaos, just like the nature of chaos itself, it's unpredictable. And one of the many unpredictable traits of chaos is whether or not it's cute or hot, if you're chaotic. You know what I mean? So this is the vibe, right? Characters are somewhere on a spectrum between cute and hot. Carlos is peak cute. Emma is peak hot. And everyone's equilibrium is going to be different, right? And that's why, so my equilibrium, it's like almost right in the middle. I think maybe as we go on, we could probably argue that Reyes would be like over here, like a bit closer to cute. But basically this whole area here. Also, hold on. This is bugging me. There we go. This whole area here. Here, I'll actually mark it with lines. This is the equilibrium. Actually, probably more like this, actually. A bit more on the cute side. This is the equilibrium. Maybe Emma's 3/4 of the way on hot due to how she's locking in sometimes. I don't know. I feel like she's peak hot. Anyway, this is here. I'll take a screenshot of this to refer to later. Oh wait, actually, hold up. David Asher. I did not actually decide where I wanted to put David at. David. Here's how I'll torture you, David. First, the marrow furnace. I'm willing to put him like toward cute, just a little bit, but who knows? Anyway, yeah, this is my TED Talk. I'll be presenting this at Harvard next week to psychology students, and it's gonna go pretty crazy, I think. Anyway. Now that that's done, let's get back to the video game. Oh god, what am I doing? All right. Oh, you know, I haven't saved in a while. Let's do that. Because I've been going an hour and a half. Don't they? Wait, what was that? Oh. Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right, surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR, but today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright, I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells, guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If you use my other skill set to get around, so take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. Again, that puts her... Listen, that puts her on the cute side. She's very much on the cute side, man. But also, she knows how to work with what she's got, and that's hot. You understand? Do you understand? Right, I would have never guessed, but if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? Like, she's reaching peak cute. She is very close to peak cute. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. I won't lie, if the next chapter starts and she is London's, like, secretary, even though I don't think that's really, like, a thing. Maybe it is. I will cry. That would be kind of amazing. There he is. Okay, so to recap, last stream I was saying I think he's the killer. I think if we have already run into the killer, if we've already met the person who killed David Asher, I think it's him. He works with androids, registering androids, knows a lot about the process of building androids, and he had a lot of kind of passive groans against the way Noble, treats androids and how the industry is done. So, like, I could see him having a grudge against David for being the guy who brought this all about, you know? Oh, no, he wasn't with David. Hold on, let me pull up David's old colleague. Her. Though, she's the one that was with David. By the way, she's very close to the hot side of the spectrum, in case you were wondering. This guy here, I want to say, if he's not the killer, he's close. He's, like, leaning cute, but if he is the killer, he's definitely leaning hot. You know what I mean? Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. Such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you with that legal present. Oh, I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just that I think, what with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. Like, I don't know. He's being weird. If anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? The state was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like the fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names and silver platters. Full cooperation, government oversight on the surface. A slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be, yeah, your board would probably just want Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always a sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Like, you gotta give it to her, man. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have this? I missed something? Oh, shit. That sucks. See, that's hot behavior. You get it. You get it. I'm so glad we're learning today. All right, Nobles and AIs. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use the Tesseract. Trying to code AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? Isn't that an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. Tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. Make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out about how much he and his assistants had achieved, they'd feel that he had been holding out on him. But the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm pretty sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. But the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David, or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a stronger motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. Stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. I would have been axed a long time ago. Let me ask you a question. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, I practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Yeah, sounds about right. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. Yep. Autonomy, baby! I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But they're resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are the resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Me? No, I don't care. I just realized I left my socks on inside out. Damn, I'm wondering that about myself. You popped that? Okay. Error reports. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick. Eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Shipping! My ship! This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city's limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section is just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, their overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE, 010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 37 FCDD 019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BPTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD 592698, shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dolls? Replacement before shipping is uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have. You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden. That means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. There we go. Okay. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right? Right. I'd say the dog is on the right and the cat's on the left. You might expect half the people to say left, half to say right. But actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Ah, yeah. I know this whole thing. If you read Hebrew, you think of this one first. If you read a vertical script language, you think of the same one. Yeah, I listen, man. I've been there. All right, I've been to this rodeo a few times. Whether it's read right to left or left to right, the language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think, and it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change out our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If the android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. All right. Yeah, unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? Compound found in David Asher's blood. Poison? What is it? Didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. Well, we don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for the patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Cyanotonin. Oh, shit! That explains a lot. Neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacture. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So you think that's what killed him? Helen Jung led the development of cyanotonin, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are a timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. You should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we got privacy in your office. Yeah, no one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, dolls. Yeah, that's a little concerning. When the state storms the buildings and starts zip tying people, let them know that you were helpful. Oh my god. Nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? Oh! Oh, here we go. All right. What? Yes! Oh my god, I fucking called it! I fucking called it, man! Yes, sir, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died, but just now you called cyanotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man, I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Listen, man. I called this shit last stream. The consulting thing and everything. All right. Never tell me I'm not smart. I might suck at video games. I might say stupid shit all the time. I might be horribly misinformed about things I think I'm not horribly misinformed on, but I called that shit. Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking, but if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have someone to fill the silence with. That's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division, Then 8 embedded at How Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. I will say, them having you talk to him first, then talking to Jung later, who brought up the whole like end consulting versus is a consultant thing. It was smart having that it happen in that order and not the other way around, because then it would have been so obvious. Or so much more obvious, I should say. 24 months wearing different faces, answering different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My mirrors are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. But you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Something happened to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? There's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Dude! This game really knows how to get me hard. Let me tell ya. Showing news utilizing methodical and nefarious use of language and you know, misleading wording to create a narrative, to manufacture a narrative that people will just absorb without it actually being said to them. Manufacturing like a fake reality, a false reality that people just accept. Louis C.K. all over again, man. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals, but the next morning we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth, threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. I just got an achievement. I'm scared. That all you wanted to know? Psychiatrist. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all a cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose, so don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business for usual for me. Oh, mama. Well, I mean, based on that scene, it seems like he's, you know, not the killer, but at least the thing of him being a spy and knowing more than he let on is true. God, I fucking love games like this, man. God damn, they make me leaky. Alright, I gotta stop saying shit like that. I say this every stream, and then I never stop. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination, even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was, and I just need to figure out how it got there, or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple, built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price, back in the belly of the beast. I think it might be Jung. It could be, man. A false red herring. Yeah, I feel more at ease now that I was all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Wow. I love how the story and Doll's Secret aren't all that relevant to the mystery. It just makes the world feel so large. Can you remember any other relevant characters? We've had a couple. I mean, Isaac Porter, definitely, like, I feel like that makes the least sense out of anyone it could be. Jung makes sense. But there's also more places we could look, but we'll see. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun, and that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware, but just carrying it around, or just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I always get a heads up whenever the police have entered the vicinity. Ah, Chuckles! Oh my god, look at her icon. This is my wife, by the way. Hi, Detective Reus, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. Okay! What are the chances? I've been waiting to speak to them too. She's playing with fire, man. She's going a little bit crazy. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Conference room, 108A. This is all episode 1. Yeah. Hi, Jung. Evangeline Morgan. In the flesh, Helen Jung. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. This never makes sense. They call me in here. How could I possibly be early? Play their game. Pardon me in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic, rat-racing hollow heads. I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. That's evidence. There we go. The Mob Act. She's playing with fire, but she's the devil. Dude, wait. Or she's of the devil. So true. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. LOL. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for a supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within the particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not just prejudiced against just because of their financial status. I hate how real this garbage is. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law just under the 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscure nature of the law's implementation has made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. LOL. Spoken like a true believer, except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion or just a slip of the tongue. I never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must be pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Calling them job creators is so funny, by the way. This game has one writer? Hell yeah. Not really. I mean, that's a thing, right? Isn't there like a thing? I don't know if it's like proven research, but I know there has been research in it that like the less writers, typically the better. Because, like, if you have a bunch of writers, there's going to be, like, discrepancies with communication. And thus, like, people being on the same page on, like, what we're doing with the plot. So, like, having either, like, a small group of writers or even just one writer is actually usually better. And also, like, keeps a consistent, what's the word? Vision as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little too, pro, artistic vision or something. Because I won't lie, I would absolutely, I will say, this is something I know down the line I will have to, like, come to terms with and overcome. I know, just because I know how I am as a person, who I am as a person, I would be very controlling in terms of artistic vision if I were, like, making a project like this, like a game project. Like, I would be very, very, like, we got to make sure this shit is, like, one-to-one with the way I see it. And if someone's going to give me suggestions, they got to, like, they're going to have to, like, prove me wrong. I know I will be that person. So that's going to be a fun bridge to cross when I get there. So, like, I don't know. I see stuff like that. Like, there's only one writer, and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, didn't take you for the might makes right type. I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that the statement of a VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive, and sure, it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you like all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of David Dr. Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. Oof. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, and always, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. By the way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer you've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company's balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more capable of, after which the state will still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. Still not my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you'll get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. You won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? 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 Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as cyanotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? Yep. But intellectual property law can be very complex, counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about cyanotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Cyanotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already. God damn it. Got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she's probably managed to ID the cyanotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Jung Dark on a crusade against government overreach. Maybe it is pronounced Jung Dark. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. Oh, we're doing this already, are we? Okay. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Okay. So, you want to save? Fantastic question, mon frere. So, I do want to ask real quick. Y'all who've played this game before, how many hours do you think we have left of this game? Or of episode 1, sorry. And while you answer, I'm going to get me a Pibby. Give me a second. Oh, I can reach it. I can't reach it. Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I forgot I can save here. I'm still in my mindset of I can't save here. All right. David's will, mayhaps. Hold on. Acting as their mouthpiece is some honor for her. This is a punishment she's using. They're suspicious. We have to find out why. Let's look at our evidence again, because I actually don't remember. David's will. After this, we'll go to trial section, then the ending, so maybe around 3 hours. Fuck. So maybe we just go ahead and finish it today, then. I think I scrolled past it. Witness, whiskey. Maybe? David's journal. Oh, wait, the footage was here. What the hell? I feel like that wasn't there earlier. Okay, well, see, now I can't even look at it. What the fuck? Am I crazy, or is David's will should be a thing, right? Oh, now it's here. Oh, okay. Autopsy. What the fuck? I will have to do a BRB before the thing. Where the fuck is his will at? Okay, whatever. David's will. Has David's will been located? Oh, that's why. Okay. It's never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? Aren't you dragging your feet? Press! Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid there's something in it that that you'd rather not have see the light of day? We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff counselor. The one time I go for it! Oh my god. Anything we try to claim would be inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. Of course. Motherfucker. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah's a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pal projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with their products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and they could take her apart and learn from her. They could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? I don't care. We're doing it again. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because of her creator isn't around to replicate her. We're all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way. Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream. I'm going to freak out. I'm going to freak out. I'm actually going to fucking freak out. We only need steady growth and increased market share. Try and steal. Yeah. Reload. We're not reloading. It ruins the sanctity. It ruins the sanctity of high roller mode. Okay? It ruins the sanctity of the game. I don't even know if I'm using that word right, okay? But I'm passionate about this. That's all that matters. Okay? Like a true politician. I have to admit, I'm surprised you're not more shaken up today, Miss Jung. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That's a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. David and Noble. Didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Bunny Girl Reyes charm won't be worth it if we save Scum. Like, that's the thing, right? It's like, she will always be worth it no matter what, but I won't be worth it. You know what I mean? I don't deserve her if I save Scum. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. Oh, wait, what was the thing she said? David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that, not even if he was killed by his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for a reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost caught off guard there, like she was surprised to see me asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. We press it. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once, did he? Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not something buzzing in your ear? Fine, I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... Blackjack! So you could have mentioned this breach of contract earlier, not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit, putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in his room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And how did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties of any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, he looks great. Yeah, that looks lovely. Oh, hey, who's this on the right? Oh, never mind, because they're also on the left. These are just repeated silhouettes. That definitely is Doll's silhouette, but there's multiple of him, so I don't know if that's actually a detail I should worry about. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. This was illegal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? Her specifically calling her an AI is interesting. Like, I know that there's already suspicions of her being an AI, so it's not like necessarily new information, but I do think the confidence behind that statement is telling in some way. As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method of pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenants. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess, yeah. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over allotted time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Jung. Ah, yes, of course you are, my mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet on is whatever the outcome, the company will eat up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. It's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired animate 19? I guess it depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to the noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Jung. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It wouldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started working on warm androids in earnest. They're thinking he's playing 6D chess and David was just playing with blocks. It's actually kind of funny because literally yes. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed. Never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. It's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. Damn. Alright, 2:50 p.m. Alright, it's trial time, methinks. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, I do gotta save. I have 60 chips. I just gotta not fuck up like more than 5 times. We are going to do a BRB. And I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes roughly. And then we will do the trial and finish this episode. So feel free to get a drink, use the bathroom yourselves, get up, stretch, go kiss your animals, whatever. And I'll be back momentarily. Boo! What's up? I've returned. Oh shit, I forgot to put my jacket back on. Oh, wait, hold up. I lied. Hold on. I'm not back. Give me a sec. Oh, I'm a little bit chilly, love. I'm actually not that cold. I have this weird thing, right? I don't know if this is a normal thing or if maybe I'm like malfunctioning. But like, I have to have both warm things and cold things happening to me to be like in this equilibrium, right? So it's like if I don't have my fan on, I get too hot. But then if I have it, or if I have it off, I get too hot. If I have it on, I get too cold. So I have to like turn it on and then put a jacket on. I don't know. It's like the 24/7 equivalent of like sticking your leg out from under your blanket in the middle of the night. Anyway, we are back. I took a shit. I'm ready to win this court case. Can't you slow the fan? It's on the lowest setting. But yeah, how to shower in EPAF. That's so real, honestly. But shit's about to get heated. Morgan kicks down door. Sarah can't be an AI because David was a beautiful trans woman who constructed a perfect human daughter with her powerful and feminine vagina. Nobody coming in swinging, I see. Welcome in. With my mind vagina. I know that's a Game Grumps bit that I'm stealing, but that'll always be in my head when they're doing Gamma's story and just Eggman being like, I birthed him from my mind vagina. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. Did I read that right? Circling the drain on a... Okay, got it. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me a breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. David genuinely did birth Sarah from his mind vagina, though. Truth? This writing is fire. This game's good, man. I like it. I want to play so many games like this. So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. Resume checking robot. Jesus. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Jesus Christ, man. Rude. Okay. So who do you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit, are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Oh my god, what's your problem? Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent in ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Yeah, we still haven't, like, actually met this person outside of text. Don't lose Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. Hi, Sarah. Hi. Oh, my God. Hi, Sarah. Hi. Hi, Sarah. Hi. What are you reading out tonight? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? Oh. You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city, and I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill, but considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all the smokescreen David had to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It's not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale, I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. I mean, that went great last time! That's a lot of coulds. Even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far, then? I recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. Man, stop being mean to her. I do have a bit of an idea of something that could have happened. But I don't want to think it would happen. Because the cyanotonin, right? That's what's in, like, the android blood, right? So I'm like, if there was a way that her blood somehow, like, dripped into the drink at some point, which makes me scared of, like, did he injure her or something? I don't know. I'm scared. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for this trial's proceedings? Something like that. Jung insists that cyanotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she's lying. And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble, to protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to his in his journal, I can't think of. But then again, I understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bells tolling for thee. Means that the doors of the courtroom are unlocked. Let's skedaddle. Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Oh, there he is. There's Porter. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This will be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Be honest. Yeah, I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer, but a guy like me working in music can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. I don't know. I do not parlez-vous, français. Even though I know vous means you. You got it right? Yippee! I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. What Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. Force majeure, more like horse manure. So true! So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it'd be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he can only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. He was the GOAT. My father was the GOAT, I'll have you know. Fraud. That means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. There she is. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with the possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Murmuring, muttering. Very well. Since it seems that we are in fact doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned. But be warned. Any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment signing with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse has only so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. Well, here we are. He was the GOAT, Adonai! His biocard said he hates androids and ads. Wait, I think Porter's just under the impression Sarah works for Noble, and it's Noble he hates. Yeah, he was mean to Sarah when we met him that last time, and yeah, he does hate androids. Well, I mean, that's probably where it comes from, I'm assuming, but yeah. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in the court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher, not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this, creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of, patricide. Aye, aye, aye. Woof, wouldn't have to follow that act, but I'll go for it anyway. Defense? Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. yeah. Keep glazing her. Make her happy. Porter just hates late-stage capitalism, and unfortunately, a lot of ads are a sign of that. Hate the maker, not the maid, man. What she said is true. I'm going to jail now. Bye-bye. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own that android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend, and if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine, and any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI, and truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't, but I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Oh, the poor baby. Oh, here he is. Look at her face back there. Thank you for your presence today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of the relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. Adonai. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Jung in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor in the sightlines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. She is going to beat you up. Choose your words carefully. Wait. I just realized. London. This game's got to stop making me love the cops, man. I'm sorry, but they got to stop making me love the cops. Come on, man. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. None? Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Jung. After a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's got to come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. All right, talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. All right. At 6:30 p.m., David Asher, Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. 7:30, Helen Jung arrived. They spoke briefly and then went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died, drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Okay. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. Okay, so it was talk screen, whiskey, and the video, right? So let's go through those one by one, right? Talk screen. Test performance of David Asher when he arrived at the Gatesville Memorial Hospital to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Whiskey. A bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. And then basement footage. Footage discovered from cameras David Asher secretly installed in his basement shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Jung would drink from later at 7:38. There's actually a couple of things I'm noticing now. So, hold on. I need to see how he words this. I'm thinking I just point out the fact that there was no poison. But I want to make sure. They spoke briefly downstairs. The cups of whiskey. Came in parlor, started drinking. Wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey until he thought he was having a toast. Okay. Whiskey. Negative for poison. Talk screen. Oh. Okay. Great. I do not remember there being a time limit. That's really fun. Drinking poisoned whiskey, right? Call. Talk screen. Jesus Christ. I was literally about to click it too. What? That's the best you've got? I didn't think it was all that bad. Depends on the grading curve. I'll give you an F. Overruled. I'll need to choose my responses more carefully than that. What? What? Okay. So is it the whiskey then? Yeah, I mean, maybe I do the timer. Because that is really strict. That was like 5 seconds, if that, man. Okay, so I guess we just do the whiskey then. Cool. Nope. That's the best you got. Okay. Alright, I'm already down to 36. Hope you saved. I did. So what the fuck am I supposed to refer to then? I saved right when I got back from the bathroom or right before I went to the bathroom. We'll just have to skip through a couple of things. What the fuck? Okay. David Asher, Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. 7:30, Helen Jung arrived. They spoke briefly, went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor, started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. What? I feel like it's the poison, but that wasn't right. Like, both the talk screen and the poison whiskey weren't right. So what do I do then? Did the camera show Sarah handling the whiskey? I thought so. Is it just the cups then? It was just the cups. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London wasn't just being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. Sure, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I'm not... We are so on the defense already, man. Okay. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. It matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle is poisoned. I swear to God, if I stay and I lose, I want to be fucking pissed. Basically makes sense. Sarah handed him the cup with the poison already in it, so why didn't he? The poison was already in the cup. Why wouldn't have David noticed it in there? Would he? The lethal dose was very small. If it's just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once he handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she needed to do? I'd say raise. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. Yes! Oh, wait, okay, more points. Was that just one or was that plus 11? We're at 47 now. Is that 36 before? Okay, we're good. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? That's the thing I was thinking of earlier, by the way. I was like, if she handed him the cups, how would she have known which one he would drink? But I forgot because I fucked up the retort like 3 times. And I was like, oh, I forgot what I was going to bring up earlier. But that's what it was. There are a few ways to go about it, but if it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. We're really like taking her word for it at this point. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack with the poison hidden on the bottom cup. Fuck you. Oh my god, suck my dick. So if David was courteous and would pour for his guest first, he wouldn't even look into the poison cup till he's already pouring. Okay, I get it, okay? Cold blood, patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Okay, so I lost, like, more than just what my blindness was at. That's so fun. That's cool. She's letting me end with those easy answers, and I fell for it. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Back down to 33. Jerk me off. Fuck you. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. And now it's poker time, the time that I fuck up the most. Even if I didn't have questions, I make some up just to spite you at this point, but I can do better than that. What can I get London to say that would help my case? Ad involved crime, Sarah in the footage. I don't fucking know. Well, this was already the thing that was wrong, so I guess we start here. In the footage we saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera, her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip or camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participate in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No, the footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. When is Sarah's eyes recorded best? Do we stay? I think we stay because we've already decided that, like, they're not going to trust anything with Sarah, right? Ad involved crime, I guess? Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though. Yeah, around there. Now, those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Press. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Could you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. 41? And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public. The witness is not an expert in automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Oh, what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they're not dangerous. Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's as close as I'm going to get to blackjack. Okay. We're so back. It's so over, we're so back. It was so over, then we were so back, then it was so over, now we're so back, okay? Up and down, up and down. It's like a fucking cosine graph. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Alrighty. The android, how can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor. Oh, you're approaching me. Guys, it's a JoJo. Shut up. I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. An oath? An oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor, but we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. What do you mean? This was scripted, man. Fuck off. I didn't even, I perfected blackjack and I didn't even get chips for that. If anything, I should have gotten the fucking lottery for that. I should have gotten a jackpot. Fuck you, man. The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. If Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answers about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Damn. Blind makes you lose more when it's scripted? I thought blind makes you lose more when you fuck something up. That's why it says minus 11 and then I lose 11 and that was only minus 3. Anyway, let's save. New checkpoint. That's our checkpoint. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't. Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? But I don't know. If I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me. Oh, she's so scared. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. So you're the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup? Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative. I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm or nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Oh, fuck. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I've seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah's growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams of fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. She said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. Raise an objection. Make her endure. I think she wants us to object. I think she wants us to object. I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I just have to let this play out. Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zen alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was 267. Sarah scared me today. If she starts bawling at the stand, it's all over. Oh, God. I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. And what happens to the floor when you stomp your foot? Ah, a large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I've been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. I knew she would cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start only after a few lines. Emma went to all the trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is, proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android the answer? Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion. The impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, I actually have to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? In the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing newfound fame, how he made Sarah. Yeah? I think. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming because it's closest to the time frame, but I don't know. The latest sections of the journal are about Sarah. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. His early career, his newfound fame. I don't fucking know, man. His early career? His newfound fame, his early career? Oh my fucking god. All right, David's journal. His entries describe how he and Helen Jung used to drink cheap cheek liquor together from plastic cups, celebrate the victories. Later entries details Sarah's growth. Late entry ends abruptly dated a week ago. I don't fucking know. Early career. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment. That is the story. This story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week. Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on to this next page. Another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze in cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Jung and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'm happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. The very night she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all of that. So he also agreed that the cup was poison and that Sarah's responsible for his death. Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Isaac's call, psychiatrist, Sarah's papers, Jung's story. I don't fucking know. All right, let's go. Isaac's call. Phone call that took place between Isaac Porter and David Asher from 6:29 to 6:36 p.m. on the night that he died. Isaac ended the relationship during the call because the call was received inside his home. It was automatically encrypted and recorded by the building's Penumbra security system. Sarah's papers was one, I know. Jung's story. David Asher and Helen Jung started Noble at the same time and position. They would often toast their hard-won victories with cheap liquor and plastic cups in commemoration of their first big win, convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what be known as the one-point doctrine approach to Android manufacturing, emphasizing quality over quantity. I don't actually remember what I'm answering right now. Written documents be given absolute ownership of Sarah, signed and dated, tax-free transaction. Sarah gave him that cup to poison him. Junk story. Psychiatrist. I don't think the psychiatrist. I genuinely have no idea. Because I'm like, it could be the papers. Because again, this does like... Fuck my gay life. It's pretty simple, I think. It's not doing it for me. I started this whole case way too frazzled, and I'm just like so fucked. Because part of me is like, the Sarah's papers prove that like he knew this would happen. Why did Sarah give David the cups? But we just talked about this. The story from the journal. You're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. Okay. All right. Again, this is why I hate this shit. Because last time I thought of repeating information we knew, i.e. the whiskey wasn't poison. I got triple fucked. I got absolutely spit roasted by the court. So I didn't want to just repeat information we had just discussed, which was the tradition with the plastic cups. Like, I swear to God, it bounces back and forth whether or not I go hard or go home. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm too autistic for this shit. I don't know what they're trying to want me to say or think. I don't follow, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on, a realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of two cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Jung used to celebrate. And so, so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me, but not nearly good enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made clever android proposed a sentimental addition for two friends' evening, or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. Maybe my autism was built for this game. I don't... There's just something about, like... I'm bad at reading between the lines sometimes. A lot of times. I mean, it's just like... Again, it's just I overthink. And it hurts. But sometimes overthinking saves me, you know? So I don't want to stop overthinking. A deadly trait to have it on an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? You can't... Your Honor! The people open the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it. What are you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you? Off. On. Adonai, I don't off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Scary, scary good logic. My word. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Okay. That was almost horrible. Thank you for flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. Here we go. The people call Helen Jung to the stand. Have you tried turning her off and on again? So here's where Emma's really going to shove her hand up my ass and start working me like Kermit. Helen Jung, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Jung, you were right there the night Dr. Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, and he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Jung's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Journal. Arbitration. Jung's story. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. Is that so? I didn't even need to hear the rest of it, man. Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt upon the whole process. See, again, sometimes I got it and sometimes I don't. It's all or nothing every time. I think the reason I'm good at this game is because I don't think about what the game expects me to do. I just look for connections and play connect the dots with the case. Yeah, I definitely see the narrative more through what is the writer trying to think I'm gonna be thinking rather than what the characters are making me think. So I'm a little too mechanical sometimes, I feel too. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced, so you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. He didn't want to see me. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right. Should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Girl was playing Monster Hunter on her PSP. Wait, what'd she say, though? If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Oh, I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious. Ms. Jung, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as cyanotonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in all our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Cyanotonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in the human body. I suppose. But the cyanotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab. That's a bingo. The witness brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was cyanotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that I must. Okay. Excuse me? Cyanotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but cyanotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What? The hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. That was a thing I was wondering about, because every time they describe it, I'm like, that doesn't seem like it would be toxic, you know? Hold on. So now you're claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. I can easily prove that cyanotonin is harmless. How could you? Okay! Like so. Huh. Didn't see that one coming. What? What? That ain't good. Byliff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the... And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? OL Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of cyanotonin is closely guarded. The guard remains up even during a murder investigation, unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. That's crazy. The hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this wouldn't be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Burroughs would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Jung did was shocking, but what I needed to do hasn't changed. Think through this logically. Is it really possible that cyanotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Jung just drank cyanotonin in front of us and she's fine, so was it fake? It was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What makes the difference? Well, the difference is that he's dead and she's alive. Wake up, no sleeping on the job. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that cyanotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Chromafuge. Emergency console, water glass. All right, let's think about it. Well, let's look at the water glass and then the chromafuge. Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. That's one thing. I feel like it might be that. And then where is it? The water. Our glass? Is it under glass? What the fuck is it under? Water glass. It's under water. Where the fuck is the water glass then? Oh, it's there. Found it. A glass found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Jung's DNA and fingerprints, no trace of any poison. I think I'm going to go with the glass. What is that? Water? The universal solvent and the key to this case. Cyanotonin is only deadly when it comes into contact with water. Contact with water. Like in the mouth or the stomach. Okay, yep. I should have just gone with my gut instinct. The witness must have tampered with the sample using Noble's machinery. That file was inert by the time she drank it. You must have serious trust issues or a hearing problem. Well, it wasn't that either. So is it the whiskey then? Hold on. Let's look at the emergency console before we, Penumbra Security Council console located inside David Asher's kitchen, used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04 p.m. Medics arrived at the helipad. Private emergency services contracted through David Asher's caduceus. Yeah, I guess it's the whiskey then. I had it twisted. Difference has been staring us in the face the whole time. Do you recognize this, Miss Jung? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River, it's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. What? So, basically, I had the opposite idea, where I went to water instead of the alcohol. Lamau. Adonai. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Jung? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cyanotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. By mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, just a taste. Prove to us that Cyanotonin's perfectly safe for human consumption. Can she do this? Miss Jung? I never said it was safe for human consumption. It's just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Cyanotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. Oof. Oof. Even if that's the case, what does it change? Girl, what do you think it changes? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness testimony. And if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to? She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor. It's wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saved soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. The time out putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they would go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth of what Noble really thinks of the article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. Anything she'd perjure herself like that. She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are. Now she's regaining her composure too. Perjury charges a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. As long as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cyanotonin, as you can see, but no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Asher, you say? Journal, contract, Starling's texts, vial. Don't have to worry about it. Don't drink it. Starling and David texted. That's Jess. I always forget her last name. David's employment, fireable offenses like fraud. Journal. Let's look at these again. We gotta be so fucking safe. We gotta be so fucking safe. All right. The personal journal of David Asher with entries dating back to several years ago. Early entries describe how he and Helen Jung used to drink cheap labor to celebrate their victories. Detail Sarah's early growth. Last entry ends abruptly. Dated a week ago. Okay. Now we have... Hold on, where's Starling's texts? Might as well, right? Well, we'll read this too. A vial Cyanotonin, a caramel-colored chemical solution used in manufacturing warm androids, provided by Helen Jung to the court to assist with the investigation. An exact match for unknown substance found in David Asher's bloodstream. I'm sure it's his contract, but... Binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details the terms of his employment, including the following. Keep ownership of his patterns, yeah, so we're just gonna throw it. I'm overthinking. It's the contract. Come on now. Plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead. Seeing as how they were firing him. See, like, that was the immediate thing. It's so easy. But again, I was overthinking. I gotta just tell my brain to shut the hell up. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's all right. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel's trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract. This is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics could never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to. The company didn't poison Dr. David Asher, counselor. An individual did. If they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct, they wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave, something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids had run to this day, and Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think Dr. David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. Okay, we're good, we're good. David never hurt Noble. Turing solution. First and last android by David, more advanced, a pincushion. Limits ad decisions making can't be overridden except by AI. Creates nanites, materials found in David's lab and in Noble factories. Records on shipped A16s. Swap 101 shows signs of cover-up. I think it's that one. Doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And that kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? Ooh, she's breaking. When you have evidence that it was David Asher who did this? Nope, but it wasn't I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride, as a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. I see so many people get that question wrong and Yooree got it instantly. I'm telling you, my brain makes no sense. I am either so smart or so fucking dumb, and I wish there was consistency. So you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as a superior and as someone he'd worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw it in every detail, handled all the arrangements. Yes, of course. Including the refreshments. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. Must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... water? For the people? What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Oh, did she just do that? Oh! What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Jung testified and demonstrated, Sinatonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim you have to drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night. How could you? Well, how could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at the meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? Not all of them drank poison. All of them drink poison. We stay. David was the only one to fall ill, but he fell ill because he drank from that water. Other must have drunk it too. So we must reason they were poisoned as well. Okay, take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Because all these people will surely attest Helen Jung made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. Okay. She had no guarantee about that. What if they start drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was sinatonin in it. It's a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it wouldn't be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she spiked the water in the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. How? Where is it? Oh, I have to click it. Sinatonin produces a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed. I knew it would come up eventually. I knew it. What the hell are you talking about? Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. Bingo bongo. Automod! Come on! What are we doing, Automod? Bingo bongo? You were offended by bingo bongo? Automod, come on. As your honor can attest. Yes, ma'am, my scan confirmed that sinatonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy, and he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen, so it'd blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And the worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof, so why not ask Miss Jung to take a swig of whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, counselor. Pardon. Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. Bingo bot. What? Stop! But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Jung was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, counselor, how is it that Miss Jung is still standing here and David Asher is dead, if both of them had mixed alcohol with sinatonin that night? A damn good question. Shit! As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death, and you're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Fuck. Oh, God. Okay, drinking, discussed work, David faints, talking, to the hospital. Okay, hold on. David faints, talking. Is drinking or talking first? Save? Fine. Not that it matters. Is drinking or talking first? Chat in kitchen parlor. Drinking. David faints. To the hospital. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got the hospital so fast. Motherfucker. Stada would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too, so they wouldn't have let her out of sight. Dave and Jing only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. The VTOL was only summoned because she used... Okay, wait! Maybe we cooked. Hold up. Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't you, didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get that emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time with something at the scene... Okay, I'm sure it was stressful for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here, alive and well for all of us to see? Having drank the exact same combination as David, because she cheated death at the very last second. Half empty or full, not poison. Salt shaker. I swear to God. Hold up. If the salt actually does come up here, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Consuming too much salt will make you gag. It was knocked over during the investigation, though. But it does make you... I have the points. I have the points to fuck up once. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Jung. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. The moment Sarah kept talking about that fucking salt, I was like, if this comes up, it's going to be so funny. It's going to be so funny. What? You threw up. Explain the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew would be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. Must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about the managing risk versus reward. It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The long glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason. The salt shaker gave you away because of one unscrewed cap. As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. End summary. You were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. And so you decide to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran cyanotonin through the camouflage, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why you'd find traces of your DNA on the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of cyanotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Learn how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Ms. Jung. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, any questions? You, Madam Vice President. You. Oh, here we go. Cold bitch. Oh, here we go. Fold. Okay, so her being the killer, does that put her closer to hot now? You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Jung. Not today. So I strongly suggest that you stop talking for your own sake. I don't know. She killed Pookie. Well, sure as hell doesn't make her cute. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reasons to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenants. That means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. The question I still have is we haven't talked about why her memory was wiped. Does she of all people have to use my full name? Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Sorry, it's my hideous presence that's distracting. I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed. Still here? Waiting for him to find whatever glorified bolt cutters used to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? Don't know, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. To be fair, technically 2 wins. The first win, all I had to do to win was prove that David didn't kill himself. And we did prove that. It did get really bad for us, but we did prove that. So technically this is our 2nd win in a row. We're on a streak. We've officially, like, we get a triple kill after this. Killing spree. 2 to 9. Exactly. I gotta say, after, like, fucking up the opening of this court case as horribly as possible, I feel like I kind of killed it for the rest of it. I think there was a couple parts where I, like, fucked up pretty bad, but that first evidence thing, man. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. Well, you have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's going to get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. But then there are opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. No, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No, is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But mugging's gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that? Walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry? Not going to miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. As long as someone goes to jail, I did my job. I mean, honestly. That kind of is how it is for these people, unfortunately. You won the case. Hell yeah, I did. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Damn. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure? Here, Father's journal, but isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's going to miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. Holy shit. Dude, I wish I could do that. Oh my god, college would be so easy. Is it really possible she's reading all that just flipping the pages? Bria's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to... I have access. Look at her. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit down for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't... I've processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. Guess I have a lot to think about too, and suddenly I've been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did you know that Helen Jung would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew that what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. So there was also that one thing. What was it? There was that one thing. There was a thing in his journal where it sounded like he had to hide a body or something. Why was she so angry last time? Didn't they say something about it, or was it just Emma guessing? Oh my god, why am I forgetting what was that? Yeah, because it was she found out that he was had her on surveillance. Wasn't that why she got mad? So what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail? Gotta go dinner now. Catch the ending later. Okie dokie. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for stopping by. Someone was talking to her off screen too. I think that was implied to be David, at least. Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble. Because he made last minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil. Oh my god. How did I not put that together? Holy shit. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then they're somewhere out there. Others like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. I is programmed and cubed, crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they'd be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why you set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial? Rereading the journal just now helped me, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed he left scuff marks leaving the panic room. I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of the conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Oh, shit. Well, there's that lady. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. Good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant. Why is she not in cuffs? Because that wasn't her trial. So even though she basically all but confessed to killing David, she has to actually go to trial for it. Because that trial was for defending Sarah, not for convicting her. So she's free until that. That said, I imagine they probably have her under like surveillance of some sort. But yeah. Not even licensed as a massage therapist. What the hell? I imagine it would probably hurt. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without you prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. I know what David did to those androids. You what? I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I'd figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to do. That was your motive, silencing him? Those programs, those AI, whatever you want to call them. David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are hundreds? The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. You can't just clone themselves. Who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things, and we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If whatever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out there walking around the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? She's actually kind of based for this, I'm sorry to say. I mean, like, it's what's done is done, but she's not wrong. Like, I understand that, like, you know, he's very idealistic in what he did, but, like, it definitely was not, like, I think it was ideology versus, like, a materialistic view of the thing. David definitely didn't see it as he was like slave trading, right? Like, that's not how he saw it. He saw it as he was liberating his androids to have like a mobile body, you know. But realistically what has happened is they are just sentient things that are being treated like tools, like all the other androids are, right? So it's I can't say she's not making a point here. The hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And he went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world, worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. I see. Yeah, no. I mean, I see where he's coming from, but unfortunately, that is a disaster waiting to happen. Again, way too idealistic. I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't kill. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying she's based for killing him. I'm just saying her mentality on the whole fiasco is based. Not the murder part. But yeah, no. Like, I feel like if anything, people, like, I hate to say it, but, like, unfortunately, there's a reason why, like, transness and androids are always equated a lot in media and always kind of internalized in that way by people. But it would be the same, like, I feel like it'd be the same thing as, like, you know, what happens when a guy finds out he was sleeping with a trans woman and didn't know, and then the violence that would often happens following that, right? I feel like a very similar thing would happen here. People would feel deceived and angry, and then they would become violent against these sentient androids. More so than they already were to, like, the non-sentient ones. Like, that's just what, like, this gives me the vibe of. Only cattle. Oh, I should repeat that whole thing. Don't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers, but I hesitated. And he was already falling asleep. I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have a family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe, well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves. And those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. If they were all truly hard-coded to be selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Holy shit, she's based. This is the shit I live for. Hashtag not all humans. Thank you. Thank you. Hashtag not all humans. Genuinely, this is like my view on the world, man. Whenever people try to like pull the whole like anti-utopian argument on why like we can't do things a certain way in life because it's like too unrealistically utopian, and they're like, oh, humans are selfish by nature. It's like, nah, man. If we were all like pieces of shit by nature, yeah, we would have fucked things up beyond repair long ago. All right. Sorry, man. But yeah, you can just like, you know, roll on your back and take it if you want. At least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world, so he knew what he was talking about. So true. That's how it works. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow, so I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Jung. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Oh, the chills. The full name? Dropping the last name? That fucks me up, man. This game's so fucking good. You did better back there, Adonai. Your little speech you gave to Jung, it was an improvement, compared to what you tried with Porter at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Though I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. So true. And here I was ready to award you 20 points. No, come on. Come on, man. Who doesn't do that from time to time? Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Oh, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Jung and Noble Electronics. Said the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... Then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Aw, man. It's because she looks like him. Man, fuck off. And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment. Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme. Meme! Some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on. It's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Excuse me? Did Father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment. Which didn't help? Your words, not mine. Noble wanted to get involved, felt that it was our best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years, so as long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. Oh, so it was piss, it wasn't blood. Never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get a video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what did you do? You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to his big veterinarian facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I planned, but it smelled like he smelled like sour shit, and that put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in the incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. Holy fuck! But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town or whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly, and they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night, that he couldn't sleep and I stayed with him, that he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to. even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him, and that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah, that's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? Put her up on the hot meter. Ah, she was already there. I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. She's so precious, though. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as I work your butt. As you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know, lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer if you were a human being. That's fucked up. How dare you? I guess your luck must have been turning around. Happens I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I had anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired. Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover? Well, that's not what I was expecting. You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems I still need practice reading people. For starters, what's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Credits. Art direction. All right. That's episode 1, baby. But there's probably like a post-credit scene, because last time they had like a next episode on whatchamacallit, Dragon Ball Z. There's a freaking android. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm curious what the next one's going to be about. Especially because I've heard Reyes is pretty. Oh, look at her, the baby. I've heard Reyes is a very prominent in episode 2. Maybe it has something to do with her dad. Maybe her dad was murdered. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Red, it's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Ah, I think I might have seen a picture of who this might be. Okay, well, you're going to be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown, because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh, well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. I have no doubt you drive a hard bargain, but I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Uh-oh. No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? Okay. I'll ask nicely. To be continued in episode 2, His Due. Oh! Oh my god! Congratulations, you finished episode 1 with 81 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 81. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 109 remaining store credit to spend on the phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit in which you finished the episode. Alright, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the thing? Where is it? Tell me, where is it? Would it be in bonuses? I was just in bonuses, wasn't I? Where was it? Where's the phone charms? How do I do the phone charms? Tell me! Tell me! Swear to me! I guess I'll save over that. Where is it? Where is it? Settings. The shopping cart? Oh! What? Where is it? Wait, what the hell? Angie. I need this in real life. Okay, well, I can't see it. There we go. I need this in real life. Where is it? Where is it? Let's look at the concept art, shall we? What new concept art we got? Oh, wow, there's a lot of Sarah. Okay. Morgan and... Oh, it's Emma, I think. Oh, wait, no, these are still from the previous one. There we go. Oh, look at her. The creature. La criatura. Oh, look at her. I like the way they draw noses in this, in the art style. All right, is this Fran? Gucky. These are environments. This is cool. Damn, I didn't realize how, like, Gucci'd up she was. All right, these are cool. These are pretty epic. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's this guy. There's Homeboy. Okay. Oh, I actually kind of love her old look here. I see why they would go with this one, but that's super cute. There we go. The final design. What is this? Morgan's lighter. Oh, okay. Too silly. Just a little too silly. Oh, shit, Jess. Look how silly she is in the middle here. Oh, the outfit on the left is super cute, though. There's Dow's. All right. Oh, my God. She looks like Lois Griffin on the right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She literally has the Lois Griffin nose on the right. She looks like Lois. And then we have Ozempic Peter to the left of her. Holy crap. All right. We got turnarounds of all these characters. Oh, Jess is so fine. Got a full thing of David. Oh, it's a little Sarah. Look at her. She's teeny tiny. Pick her up, throw her, roll her up in a ball. What a fruity little guy. Oh, I guess this is Witch or whatever. Which we haven't seen actually. All right. All right, bonus scenarios. Episode 1. What all do we got? Yumi, I definitely want. Emma, Morgan, Midnight. Oh, well, these are short, aren't they? Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie? I wanted to interview you. Is this your android homework? Adonai assigns me on a variety of tasks, but I made the independent calculation that I want to learn more about you. Oh, is that strange for an android? It's different. There's nothing wrong with it being different. What'd you have in mind? Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point. Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies? Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand why the healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw last week's recall on how artificial liver for lithium leaks. Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body. Just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch up. We, as in medical professionals, we as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological. What about cancer? Cancer mortalities have been on the decline for a while now. Mods helped with that. How so? By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. But used to be people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where they're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on. But not every organ. No, artificial brains are... Nothing I've seen has told me that they're on the menu anytime soon. But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak? Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. Now, it actually replaces brain tissue. You'd have to... Yeah, the allergies become pretty common, but the human brain isn't that much, actually that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you swap in new parts to increase that the memory or the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything, and memory, as we think of it, isn't stored in a place. It's stored among connections and the relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part's going to notice. Huh. That was a long tangent. Sorry, I can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android. Yes, it is. I mean, it is. That's to say, what's wrong? I don't want to implicate Yumi as anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances, but how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I'm curious about the many decorations on your desk. Oh, what caught your eye? The magnet over there. Really, you recognize it. It appears to be a flag. Why are all the hottest women from this country? I do not know the country of origin. It's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change the designs every few years back then, so you can kind of collect them like coins. I see. What's this flag proud of? Being trans, or trans visibility more accurately? Visibility, what does that mean? We're living in the middle of a mod revolution. Anyone could look like whatever or whoever they want, as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too, like paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time. It's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So all told, that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one, don't know, guess it won't mean the same thing anymore. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know if that's a good or a bad. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different. Oh, wow. Yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine? All right, those Yumi recovered files, David. All right, let's get this one out of the way. She's going to be quirky. State your business with the court. I was actually hoping to speak with 8084. Is she not available? What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician. Oh. No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician? She's awesome. So she's like a character? I am not. I came here to ask you some questions. Is that what you're about to say, isn't it? Crap, that was a lag. Could have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now. Trust me. I can see how that would have been cool. So may I proceed? Go for broke. Go for woke. You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you like that? Wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. I guess you could say I was programmed different, but that is more of a case of nurture than nature. Could you imagine if she was one of the AI? Like one of David's AI? I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're also very political. Like, based on how she works, I don't think so, but it would be cool, it'd be interesting. Even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate. It's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. As long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind. You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times. You mean Counselor Morgan, the dirty red tries to pretend she isn't type A prude? Oh my god. No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water. That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction. Correct. No one should ever try it at home. I want to try it right now! Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share this body with the other adjutants, and all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints. Really? Maybe. I don't actually know. So, I spend most of my day incorporeal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm going to make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me. I see. And you can quote me on that. Tell them 80 said, if you want me to stop playing around up here, you have to shoot me dead. You'll have to put a gold hard lead in my skull. You'll have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said you'll have to. I wrote it all down. Oh, nice. Visor gets stuffy, so what's your deal anyway? A little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared. I prefer talking, and you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now. That's so cute in a depressing way. Okay. Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there's no humans around? As they're always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. The conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though. Strictly business, I imagine. No, not necessarily. Ads can do small talk. They're just really bad at it. Okay. Thank you for your time. Hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? I try not to think about it during the trial to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're curious about my 3 sizes. How did you know, Sarah? Years of experience interacting with humans has taught me that the most important thing you can ask someone, the only way to truly get to know them. That's what I've been saying. 1096494, etch it into your memory. Well, it's there for the Wikipedia page. What the heck? I'll even throw this in for free. I'm 263 centimeters tall. They really wanted them to like write that down in the Wikipedia page, huh? Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? Okay. Alright. We got those 2. Emma Morgan Midnight. Sure. Write it down! Write it down! You ready to give it up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours. We can call it quits whenever you like. Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so 5-minute break? Deal. What were you hoping to find anyway? I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure will walk into frame and hold up a confession, but what about you? Before I got her on camera handling the murder weapon, how many more nails do you need in the coffin? 1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? Why is half of it in black and white? Public domain? Seriously? Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back to in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water, also free. They had color in 2016, Morgan. I don't know then. Guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul. Hold on, what was that? There. Look at her go, she's tearing that thing apart. What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You're going to try and terrify Burrows with this? It's just a machine, it's not like she's dissecting a frog. Sarah is a machine. She's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like, you're reaching. Yeah, I guess so. Besides, you tell me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid? No, I didn't. Did you? When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls. What did you play with? Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels. Will they kiss? Probably not. After Sarah conquers the world, we'll know everyone's 3 sizes. No, wait. Meter wide hips. Wait, for real? Really? That's crazy. I mean, I can kind of see it skipping through the enchanted forest, big poofy dress, tiara. Gee, no castle. Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough. Is it rough living in a castle? It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face. Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am going to keep going without you. If you're drawing on the keyboard when I get back, I'm going to handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair. Okay. Alright, I feel like this last one's going to be like probably the scariest one. Recovery failed, last modified late 2085. Begin playback. Great work, that's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess. No problem. Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early? If you insist, there's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans? Actually, there's an art festival out west I've been looking forward to. And who's lucky enough to be your plus one? I didn't think to ask anyone. No one? Not Connor, not Madison, not Shelly, not Lulu? Oh, Lulu, I wonder how she's been. Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently? Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define. Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me your credit card. I'm going to buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them. And what should I do this weekend? Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media? No. Then you're going to stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can. I see. Thank you, Jess. Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I may have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break. You're a lifesaver. You know it. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint? Typically, no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So? Well, you like, why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it? You're lucky you're cute. Oh, sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you care what any of these people think. I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out I dance like someone's grandpa. Gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance. It's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure. That's all it. And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. Oh. Oh. Why did it have to end like this? What are you watching? A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes. Oh, wait. I think I saw this part in a hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending? No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour. How fast is that in kilometers? Father, you should be able to calculate that. I learned the program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they put cameras everywhere. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. So would you like to sit and watch? No, I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place. There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized. Oh. Father, didn't you have to go? I do soon, but not right this second. I'm gonna fucking vomit. I'm gonna fucking scream. Well, that was episode 1, baby. Oh, wait, hold on. Not wrong screen. There we go. That was episode 1, baby. Here we are. Oh. So yeah, okay, you can flick this with your thing. Wait, does she have a gun? Why does she have a gun? Put that down. That's scary. Yeah, that'll be it for today. 4.5 hours, pretty good stream time. I think Sora started streaming a little bit ago. I know she's streaming with a fuck ton of people right now. So that's what we're going to raid into. They're doing like, I think her and her group are doing like randomizers, but they're all playing different games where if one of them gets something in their game, everyone else gets something in theirs. I don't know how it works. It's something like that. But yeah, we'll raid into Sora. Tomorrow I will be live again. We'll be doing Dragon Quest again. Even though, God, I want to play Majora's Mask so bad right now. We are going to be, yeah, on Archipelago, yes. So we're going to be doing Dragon Quest tomorrow. And that'll be the last stream of the weekend. But thanks for watching. Oh, worth mentioning, I did say we'll be taking a break, like a short break between episode 1 and 2. We're not going to jump right into episode 2 next week. I'll play something else next week. Maybe I'll just double up Dragon Quest since it's a long game. Or I'll start like a short game I think I could finish before the end of the month. Because I want to make sure I have a free slot before Tales of Berseria comes out. And that's only going to be 2 weeks out from Thursday. So either I'll play a game I think I can finish in 2 weeks, or we're just going to double up Dragon Quest until Tales of Berseria comes up. And then probably I'll give it like a month break, like 3 to 5 weeks. March, I have learned, is going to be a very busy month, and I might not be able to stream as much actually in March or April. I'm hoping that's not the case, but we might be moving soon. But I don't have too much of the details of the timeline of that. But if that happens, it might be longer. But I'd like to at least be able to play through episode 2 early enough that I can play episode 3 like day 1 when it comes out on stream, or close to. But yeah, anyway, let us raid into Sora, and that is going to be it for today. I may see some of y'all tomorrow. I probably won't be active in her chat while I do some stuff, but yeah, thanks again for stopping by, everybody. Hope everybody has a good freaking night. And be sure to give your pets a big ol' wet kiss